expert witness.
And in what courts, Mr. Bella?
I've testified in state courts in Miami-Dade County, also Broward County, and the federal courts also of Miami-Dade and Broward County.
Okay. And prior employments, where did you work before you worked in the Broward Sheriff's Crime Lab?
I was employed at Miami-Dade Police Department, and I was there for 7 years as a fireman to work examiner.
Okay. And then you're now the head of the department with the Broward Sheriff's Office?
That's correct.
Okay. All right. I'd like to show you now Stacy's exhibit 27. And ask you, Mr. Bell, this is made safe. You probably know that, so take a look at that. Okay. Have you seen that before?
Yes, I have.
Okay. And what did you do with that when you received it?
So this is a firearm that I operated during the examination of this case. I checked the safeties of the firearm. I checked the trigger pull of the firearm. I checked the overall safety of it, the condition, whether or not it would be safe to fire. And then ultimately I produced test fires for the comparison in this case.
Okay. What is that?
This is a Smith & Wesson model M&P 15. So it's a rifle manufactured by Smith & Wesson.
Okay. And people commonly call it an AR-15. Why is that?
So it's an AR style firearm. The AR style firearm is just an Armalite rifle that was designed for military purposes. And so this is a personal use or a civilian use version of that, in that it's semi-automatic, so it's not like the original M16s that were manufactured for the military. But the design of it is still the same. The receiver, the buttstock, the foregrips, they're all the same design as the original AR-15s.
Okay. And what caliber of rifle is that?
This one is a 5.56 NATO caliber rifle. 5.56 NATO is a synonym for 223. So it will chamber both 5.56 and 223. The 5.56 NATO cartridges are faster cartridges. They have more powder inside of the cartridge itself. So it's not recommended that you chamber a 5.56 into a 223 firearm, but because this one is a 5.56 firearm, you can do both interchangeably.
Okay, so that weapon, Stacy Exhibit 270, fires both 5.56 and .223s?
Correct.
Okay. And how does it operate?
May I approach Drew to show it?
You need to step down to show?
Yes.
Sure.
Okay. So I'm not going to unstrap the firearm. I'm going to leave it strapped in. There is no magazine in the firearm, so there's no ammunition. I don't have any ammunition on me. The way that you would operate this firearm is you would load a magazine. It's a detachable magazine. It's inserted into the magazine well. So once the magazine is entered, the bolt of the firearm is retracted and dropped. If it's not already in the rearmost position, in which case it can just be dropped. At that point, the firearm will be ready to fire with one cartridge inside of the chamber, and the remaining cartridges are inside of the magazine. You can then pull the trigger. It'll discharge a round that's inside of the firearm, loading another one, and the casing will end up somewhere to the right and rear of where I would be standing. So that's essentially how you would function this. And it will fire one cartridge case every time you pull the trigger until the magazine is empty, or unless you have a jam. So if the firearm jams, then you have to clear the jam and then begin the process all over.
Okay. And what is the purpose of the bipod? You want to show us what the bipod is?
So the bipod he's referring to is this piece right here. What that does is it allows a shooter to stabilize his shots. So if you rest the bipod onto a solid surface, you can then use your arm and pull the firearm into your shoulder without necessarily having a second hand on the forearm of the firearm. And so your shots are much more stable from a solid surface on this bipod than they would be just using your hands.
Okay. And the forward vertical grip, what's the purpose of that?
The vertical grip is this part right here. And so that is another stabilizing feature. It's more comfortable for somebody who's shooting to have a vertical grip as opposed to cradling the firearm in their hands. You also have a better grip on this than you would on just the frame of the firearm itself. And so The grip is basically stabilize your shots as you're firing.
Okay, you can have a seat. So, when you examined that weapon, Mr. Bello, what was added on to the weapon after purchase?
So when Smith & Wesson manufactures a few different versions, or they sell a few different versions of the M&P 15, the standard version does not come with this rail plate or the bipod, the vertical grip, or the backpack strap. So those would all be add-on items that were not manufactured with this firearm.
Okay. And did you test the trigger pull of that weapon?
I did.
What is a trigger pull?
The trigger pull of this firearm is approximately 5 pounds. What that means essentially is that it takes 5 pounds of pressure from your index finger or shooting finger in order to discharge the firearm itself.
Okay. Take that from you. I want to show you Mr. Bello, states exhibits marked 275. It has been previously identified by Detective Crespo as being the magazine that was in States Exhibit 270, the rifle that you just explained the operation to us.
Yes, that's correct.
Have you looked at that magazine?
I have.
Okay, what is that?
So this is a 30-round magazine designed for an AR-15 type rifle. So any AR-15 type rifle will accept this, or rather, AR-15 type rifle or pistol will accept this magazine. It's designed to hold 30 rounds. The reason I say it's designed to hold 30 rounds is that if I'm loading the firearm, I might be able to squeeze another round in there, versus if my wife was loading the firearm, maybe she can't squeeze the extra round. So it's designed, the manufacturer says put 30 rounds in it. Sometimes it can hold a little bit more, sometimes it holds a little less.
And what type of ammunition would can be placed into that magazine?
This can hold either 5.56 or 223 ammunition, either way.
Okay. Showing you now States Exhibit 271. It's been identified as the cartridge removed from the chamber of 270. What is that?
So this is a live cartridge. It is a 5.56 cartridge manufactured by Lake City, and it's a full metal jacket cartridge.
And you examined that?
I did.
Okay. And States Exhibit 272 that's previously identified as being in the magazine, it's been identified as States Exhibit 275.
So these are other live ammunition that were submitted with the firearm. The key difference, I guess, in some of these ammunitions is that they have the NATO designation for tracer rounds, the orange tips. So NATO actually has different designations for their ammunition, and they will band the tips of their ammunition with different colors, and those colors signify different things. So in this case, this orange tip on this ammunition indicates that it's a tracer round, or they are tracer rounds.
What is a tracer round?
So a tracer round is a type of round which the bullet is essentially the same as any standard bullet. However, in the base of the projectile, there is a small amount of incendiary. And so what that's meant to do is that when you're firing, that incendiary will be ignited by the powder that's inside of the cartridge during firing, and allowing the shooter to see where that projectile is traveling, especially if it's in the dark.
Okay. And how many tracer rounds were in that exhibit?
11.
Okay. Are they all 5.56s?
They are.
Okay.
Yes.
So do you know how many 5.56 and how many 223s were in that exhibit?
One moment, I can look at my report. I don't recall exactly how many were in this particular exhibit.
Well, there were 23 in there, right?
Correct, and it looks like 3 of them are 223s, and the remaining are 556.
Okay. Now I want to show you Stacy Exhibit Mark 300 that has been identified by Detective Crespo as a rail cover found on the 3rd floor of the 1200 building. Have you examined that?
I have.
And did you examine it with reference to Stacy Exhibit 270, which is the 5.56 rifle you explained to us?
I did.
And what did you discover?
That this seems to be the matching rail cover for the rail cover that's currently on the firearm. So it seems like it must have come dislodged during the event.
Okay. And show you State Exhibit 196. It is a live round found by Detective Christian in a backpack on the 1st floor of the 1200 building outside of classroom 1216. Have you examined that?
Yes.
What is that?
This is a live 556 cartridge, full metal jacket, manufactured by Lake City. So again, another cartridge that could have been fired to that firearm.
Okay. And I'm going to show you State Exhibit 266, which has been identified as 2 fired casings found in the west stairwell on the 1st floor of the 1200 building. Have you examined that?
Yes, I did.
And what type of examination did you do?
So because these were casings, these require microscopic examination in comparison to the test fires produced by the firearm. And so I took these 2 casings and using the casings and test fires from the firearm, I put them under the microscope and determined that these 2 casings were fired from the submitted firearm.
And how do you do that? How do you make that determination?
So the characteristics that are present, the individual characteristics that are present, so those are accidental in nature. They're not intended by the manufacturer. They're not reproducible by the manufacturer. So what that means is basically that every firearm that comes off of their assembly line will be different. And we've done validation studies to determine that even if we pull 10 firearms consecutively off of their assembly lines, we could still distinguish firearm 1 from 2, from 3, from 4, and from each other. And so using the comparison microscope and taking photographs and looking at the pictures and looking at the actual live images under the microscope, I determined that there were sufficient individual characteristics present for a comparison, and the agreement between the 2, the test fires and the evidence casings was sufficient to say that there was an identification. So they did come from the same firearm.
And TF 16214 that's been in evidence, the rifle.
Correct. The rifle,
okay.
yes.
Stacy Exhibit 270, correct?
Correct.
Okay. I want to show you now the following exhibits that have been identified by Detective
The
Christian.
defense will stipulate that every casing, everything on that table came from or was associated with that firearm that was used to commit these crimes for which Mr. Cruz has already pled guilty.
That's fine, but there are other details that the jury has to hear that she doesn't know what she's going to stipulate to. So I appreciate that, but I think we have to go through it.
Okay.
Okay, I want to show you now State's Exhibits 227, 228, 221, 222, 223, 224, 225, and 226. And Detective Bell, they all came from different quadrants of the 1st floor hallway. We have an opportunity to examine those 70 fired casings.
Yes, I have.
Okay, and what was your determination?
So my determination was that the 70 fire casings did come from the submitted firearm, in this case, the submitted rifle in the case. And that there were, again, a mixed match of 223 and 5.56 ammunition that was expended, but regardless, they all came from the firearm that was submitted in the case, the rifle.
Okay. And what were some of the manufacturers of those?
Sure. So there were several from Lake City. Lake City is a military manufacturer for firearms, for ammunition. And so LC is their head stamp, and they stamped the year that it was manufactured. So there were actually, Lake City had several different years of manufacture that were found in here. It's the same manufacturer, but different lot years that they were produced. There was El Dorado, there was some ammunition from Malaysia, there was Remington Peters, Federal Cartridge Case Company, and I think that's all of them that were on this particular floor.
Okay. Are you able to make a determination from looking at a fired cartridge casing whether it was a tracer round or not?
No, so I can't tell the difference between a cartridge case that held a tracer round and a cartridge case that did not hold a tracer round. If it was a Federal Cartridge Case Company, I would say probably not, because they manufacture for civilian use, and so tracer rounds would not be something that's a civilian use purpose. However, any of the Lake City ammunition could have had a tracer round loaded into it, and there's really not a way for me to tell whether it did or not without the projectile itself.
Okay, so you have to look at the entire bullet to
Correct.
determine if it was a tracer round. Okay.
That's correct.
All right, take this from you. Now I want to show you State's Exhibit marked 240 that has been identified by Detective Flores as fired cartridge casings found on the second floor of the 1200. You examined those?
I did.
And what's the result of your examination of those?
So these were, again, fire cartridge cases that were identified as having come from the submitted Smith & Wesson rifle. And there was a mix of ammunition, although most of these were 223.
Okay. And again, the difference between the 223 and the 5.56?
The 5.56 has more powder, and so the velocity of the projectile itself leaving the barrel is higher when using 5.56 ammunition versus 223 ammunition.
Okay. And what's the velocity of TF-162 firing a projectile out of there?
So the velocity for if a 223 is coming out of the weapon, typically it's around 3,000 feet per second. If a 5.56 is coming out of it, it can range, but it's somewhere in the neighborhood of 3,200 feet per second to 4,000 feet per second.
Okay. And how about an average handgun, semi-automatic handgun? What's the velocity?
So something like a 9mm firearm is going to have a velocity somewhere around 1,000 to 1,500 feet per second.
Okay. Okay, let me take Stacy. And now I'm going to show you State's exhibits. .318, .319, .320, .321, .322, .323. And 324. These have been previously identified as fired casings by Detective Crespo down on the third floor.
Yes, I did examine these.
Okay, and what was your determination?
All of the submitted casings from the third floor were identified as having been fired by the submitted Smith & Wesson rifle. There was, again, a mix of manufacturers involved in these casings, and there was also a mix of 223 and 556, although the majority of the casings on the third floor were 556.
Okay, and were there any different manufacturers of those cartridge casings?
Yes, there were several different manufacturers. Again, Lake City was one of the major manufacturers that was present. El Dorado Federal Cartridge Company was found there as well. There were some Remington. I believe that's it as far as manufacturers. So I believe it's 4 different manufacturers on the third floor.
All right, did you make a list of all the manufacturers of all the fired cartridge casings found on the first floor, second floor, the west stairwell, and on the third floor?
Yes.
And what were the manufacturers?
So there was Lake City, El Dorado, Federal Cartridge Company, Remington, Malaysia, Winchester Military Ammunition, and again, Lake City, there was at least 3 different years of manufacture for that, so those would be different lot numbers, if you will, from Lake City.
Okay, okay. And now showing you State's Exhibit Mark 314 and 315. And these 2 exhibits have been identified by Detective Crespo as coming from the 1240, Teacher's Lounge 1240, on the third floor of the 1200 building, and 1240A1, an adjoining room to the Teacher's Lounge 1240. Have you examined those?
I have.
And what was your determination?
That all of these submitted cartridge cases were fired from the Smith & Wesson rifle that was submitted in this case.
Did you go into, ever have an occasion to go into the Teacher's Lounge 1240 on the third floor of the 1200 building at Marjorie Stoneman Douglas?
I did.
And what did you observe?
So I observed that in that particular room there was 2 areas where that in the windows that contained close gunfire, in the sense that the actual range of the shots through the windows were tightly grouped. So that indicates that the muzzle of the firearm was probably relatively close to the window, because if you're discharging this firearm rapidly from a distance, the firearm tends to rise. And so the grouping is not going to be a real tight grouping around the window. It would be more dispersed. So it looks like the shots were fairly close to that window, or to both windows.
Okay. Showing you now. State's Exhibit 195. And this exhibit has been identified by Detective Christian as 3 magazines coming from the first floor of the 1200. Mr. Bell, you can take a look at those magazines.
Yes, I did.
Okay, what are you able to tell us about those 3 magazines?
So 2 of the magazines are 30-round magazines, and then the final black magazine in the package is a 10-round magazine.
Okay, and there were 9 live rounds in one of those exhibits, and it was
Correct.
one of those magazines. And what were you able to determine?
That the cartridges themselves are full metal jacketed cartridges, manufactured by a mix of manufacturers. Again, some of them are from Remington, some of them are from Lake City. So there's a mix of 223 and 556 ammunition again in the magazine.
Okay. And I want to show you Stacy Exhibit 317. It's been identified by Detective Crespo as coming from the third floor hallway of the 1200 building. What is that?
So this one is a 40-round magazine, manufactured for 5.56 and .223 caliber ammunition.
Okay. And Stacy Exhibit 316 has been identified by Detective Crespo as coming from the Teacher's Lounge 1240 on the third floor of the 1200 building.
Yeah, this is another 40-round magazine, manufactured to hold 5.56 and .223 caliber ammunition.
Okay. And now I want to show you have you ever weighed with a full 40-round magazine and a 30-round magazine weighs?
I have.
Okay, I want to show you now Stacy Exhibit 280, Stacy Exhibit 276, Stacy Exhibit 277, Stacy Exhibit 279, and States Exhibit 278. These 5 magazines have been testified that they came from a black vest found on the third floor stairwell by Detective Crespo.
Okay.
Okay, have you examined those exhibits?
I have.
Okay. And you said you have weighed a fully loaded 40-round magazine?
Yes.
Approximately how much does that weigh?
It weighs approximately 1.5 pounds.
And how about a 30-round fully loaded magazine?
It's roughly 1.1 pounds.
Okay. So those 5 magazines, what were you able to, and those projectiles within the magazines, what were you able to determine?
So I believe this is a 30-round magazine, a second 30-round magazine. This is a third 30-round magazine. This one's a 40-round magazine. And another 30-round magazine. The ammunition, again, is a mix of ammunition of both .223 and 5.56, different manufacturers involved in all of the magazines. And one of the magazines in particular, looks like States Exhibit 277, contains several rounds of tracer ammunition as well.
All right, could you show us what a tracer round looks like?
Sure.
Your Honor, could you step down?
Sure.
So these are the tracer rounds that I'm mentioning with that orange tip on the rounds themselves. So you can see that a regular round doesn't have anything on the tip, and then the tracer rounds have a small band at the very tip of it that has that orange color to it. And again, the designations are different. They're NATO designations. So armor piercings will be black, incendiaries will be red, tracers are orange. So standard without it, and then the orange band.
And Mr. Beller, were you able to give us a total, or were you able to come up with a total of how many 5.56 live rounds you examined?
Yes. So it looks like 5.56 ammunition. There's a total of 204 live cartridges that were submitted. Of that, I believe 163 are 5.56, and then the remaining are 223.
Okay, and
on
how
the
about
live.
I'm sorry,
Sorry, what?
and how about the fired casings that you examined?
Yeah. The fired cartridge cases, 85 cartridge cases were 5.56, and 54 were 223.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Bello. Your Honor, thank you. I have no further questions of Mr. Bello.
Okay, is there any questions from the defense?
No, ma'am.
Okay, thank you, sir. You're excused.
Maybe we go sidebar.
Sure.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take about a 10-minute recess. Please do not discuss the case among one another, and please leave your notepads behind. Thank you. So, the jurors have exited, since we started later this morning, my preference would be to go a bit later before we take a lunch break. I'll leave it up to you, but if, Ms. McCann, if you can have a plan as to how many people you intend to call before the break, so I know when to call time.
Okay.
And you don't have to let me know right now, you can, take a recess and then let me know.
I believe that we can probably get on, 4
Okay, that
before lunch,
sounds like a plan. And then we'll recess for lunch and then we'll come back, okay?
if you're on.
All right, thank you. But for now, we're just doing a short recess so that you all can prepare your next witness. And the matters that we discussed, we can talk about at the end of the day.
Okay.
All right, thank you. We're at recess for about 10 minutes. Thank you. Now, because we went from a victim impact statement to a fact witness, now back to a victim impact statement, my intention is to read the same instruction that I read yesterday before your next witness.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So are both sides ready to bring the jury in?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. Okay, the jurors are present. Everyone else may be seated. Ladies and gentlemen, you are going to hear evidence about the impact of the murders on the family, friends, and community of the decedents. This evidence is presented to show a victim's uniqueness as an individual and the resultant loss by the decedent's death. However, you may not consider this evidence as an aggravating factor. State.
Thank you, Your Honor. The state calls Lori Oliveff, please. Mr. Oliveff is here as well, Your Honor.
Okay, sir and ma'am, would you both please raise your right hand? Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
I do.
Okay, thank you. You can go ahead and be seated. And before you begin speaking, if you could please state your full name and spell your last name for the record.
Lori Alhadeff, Alhadeff.
I'm going to start with Mrs. Oliveff first.
Okay.
Mrs. Oliveff, are you the mother of Alyssa Oliveff?
Yes.
I'm going to show you that's a photo that's been marked State's Exhibit 33. Can you identify this, please?
That's my daughter, Alyssa Alhadeff.
Would you please show it to the jury? Thank you. Mrs. Olive, did you prepare a statement to be read to the jury today?
Yes.
Will you please read it for us?
The Oxford Dictionary defines grief as deep sorrow, especially that caused by someone's death. I don't believe the word grief adequately describes what I have felt since Alyssa was shot and killed almost 4 years ago. How can I possibly measure the impact felt by the loss of Alyssa? It's as if I have all the love in the world to give and no one to give it to. The real measure of damage done certainly cannot be expressed or calculated in words, as this kind of pain and emptiness will most certainly last forever. It is the most devastating event when a parent outlives his or her own child. There isn't even a word for it in the English language, as though its unnatural, abnormal nature, indescribable, and unable to be named. Alyssa Miriam Al-Hadaf was my first child and my only daughter, my best friend and love of my life. She was the heartbeat of our family. She loved soccer and riding the waves of Long Beach Island, New Jersey every summer. Alyssa always kept us on our toes, always. She was an incredible big sister to Robbie and Kobe, and negotiator extraordinaire during families' discussions. As the captain of her soccer team, she was a source of support, protection, and motivation for her friends, both on and off the field. Alyssa had no idea how amazing she was. In fact, her humility was one of her most attractive qualities. I think about her every day, and I wish she was here with us. I look around our home and see photo albums that will never be filled with the mementos or memories of Alyssa after the age of 14. I see framed pictures with only photos of Alyssa at the very beginning of her teenage years. I'm left with a feeling of emptiness I still cannot accept. Our scrapbooks will never hold pictures or memories of Alyssa's high school or college graduations, her wedding, her babies, and on and on and on. She wasn't given time here with us to continue to write her story. Her life was cut tragically short and will never be the same. Alyssa's death has forever changed the course of my life and how I lead it. There's a fire inside me now, pushes me forward every day. Losing Alyssa was damaging not only to our family, but to our community as well. Such tragedy and loss is far-reaching and will be remembered forever. As time passes and I continually think about what could have been for Alyssa, the pain does not subside and the grief does not lessen. I surely would have traded places with her that day if I could have. But the life I now lead is in honor of my Alyssa Miriam Al-Hadaf, our angel who will always be remembered and never forgotten.
Thank you. Dr. Olive. You've prepared a statement for us today. Would you please share it with the jury?
I've longed for the day that I would get to speak at this hearing. I wanted to tell this jury what happened to my family and this community. I wanted to tell you what happened to my Alyssa. On February 14th, 2018, my 14-year-old daughter was right where she was supposed to be, in her high school English class. 4 years later, she's supposed to have been in her second year of college. Soon she'd go on to be a professional soccer player. She'd get her law degree and maybe become one of the most successful business negotiation lawyers the world would see. She was supposed to get married, and I was going to have my father-daughter dance. She would have had a beautiful family, 4 kids, live in a gorgeous house, a beach house on the side. All those plans came to an end with Alyssa's murder. Alyssa's murder impacted so many people in so many ways. After Alyssa's death, my father was never the same. He passed away a year later. My elderly mother, Alyssa, lost her granddaughter. My elderly mother, she lost her granddaughter and struggles to find happiness in her life. Then there's my father-in-law, who always said Alyssa could do no wrong. They had a very special bond, one that you love to see between grandparents and grandchildren. But this was broken only by Alyssa's murder. Anytime you start talking about Alyssa, the guy that typically makes all the jokes gets very upset and has to change the subject. My mother-in-law, she also has a special bond with Alyssa. Not a day goes by that she doesn't get emotional and go to tears when talking about Alyssa. Now she's dedicated her life to honoring Alyssa's memory. She goes and decorates Alyssa's gravesite, spends time trying to honor her at the beach house, and always tries to get involved in the foundation we created in honor of Alyssa. Alyssa was the captain of her soccer team and the center of all her friends. She lifted them up. She helped them study. She was the shoulder to cry on, and she was the ear to listen. No matter what her friends needed, she was there for them. Most of all, she had this infectious laugh that now I only get to watch on TikTok videos. Alyssa's friends have all suffered in so many ways. Many of them still go to counseling. One in particular struggles to move forward in her life, and it pains me to see the sorrow on her face each time I see her. Then there are Alyssa's brothers. One was too young to comprehend, but asked to go to the cemetery to see his sister from time to time. This is not normal. For the older one, I feel like Alyssa was his best friend. He looked up to her in so many ways. The night of the tragedy, he stayed up the whole night, calling me every hour, asking me if we had found her yet. And I didn't have the heart to tell him on the phone that his sister was murdered. So I had to wait till we got home and had to share this tragic news to him. It broke my heart having to say this to him. About a year or so later, he asked if he could switch rooms so he could be closer to her. He holds back his sadness and anger with losing his sister, but recently at the gravesite, he gave a speech and just came to tears. This is not normal for young boys growing up. They should not know of such sorrow, such loss and tragedy. My wife, the mother of our children, lost her firstborn daughter. She gives talks about how it was like someone ripping out her heart and stabbing it. She fights every single day to keep Alyssa's name alive, whether it's with our foundation, with the school board, with the girls' soccer club. She wears bracelets with Alyssa's name on it. She occasionally sprays Alyssa's perfume just to try and smell her. She even sleeps with Alyssa's blankets. 4 years later, she continues to grieve like it was yesterday. And while her life was busy then, running for the kids, she stays busy now, just so she doesn't stop and cry. Then there was me, my firstborn daughter, my shining star. Daddy's girl was taken from me. I get to watch my friends, my neighbors, colleagues spending time enjoying their daughters, enjoying all the normal milestones, taking in the joys, and I can only watch videos or go to the cemetery to see my daughter. It was 4 years ago to everyone, but to me it was yesterday. Alyssa will always be 14, and I will always be at the point in life with her. All I know is a piece of my heart was not just cut out, but it was ripped out of my damn chest. For 4 years, I've watched so many struggle, while the only option I've had is to keep it together for my family. And inside, I burned like a damn inferno. It took me so long to be able to feel empathy again, and this prevented me from doing what I'm good at, which is caring for patients. Unfortunately, I have to live my life with anger now and make it fuel my existence. Like my wife, I try and stay busy so I don't break down. While the world gets to move on with their lives, we don't have that luxury. Missing our daughter every single day. No parent is supposed to have this grief. Without our daughter Alyssa, our lives have been changed forever.
Thank you, Dr. Allardyce. The state is next going to call Teresa Robinovitz.
Good afternoon, ma'am. Good afternoon. Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Yes. Thank you. You can be seated, and when you're seated, please state your full name and spell your last name for the record.
Just be seated. It's okay.
My name is Teresa Robinovitz, Robinovitz. As Alyssa would say, I'm Grammys.
Good morning, Mrs. Robinovitz.
Good morning.
Are you the grandmother of Alyssa Al-Hadef?
Yes, I am.
And have you prepared a statement to give to the court today?
Yes, I have.
Would you please read it for us?
Yes. Our family tree of life has been broken with the loss of my granddaughter, Alyssa Al-Hadef, in the Marjorie Stoneman Douglas High School shooting, February 14, 2018. Living after the death of a child is beyond tears. It is a daily battle to survive the hardships rendered from her tragic death. The first time I walked back into Alyssa's home, I thought to myself, the photos on the walls will never change because she ceased to exist. There will never be another family birthday celebration for her. While sitting at their kitchen table, I can still visualize Alyssa bouncing down the steps and saying, "What's there to eat? I'm hungry." I'd immediately jump into action to prepare whatever she wanted. She usually likes spaghetti. Reliving those memories bring me back pain. Alyssa's death shattered the hearts of the entire family and friends, near and far. Alyssa was loved for the 14-year-old teenager that she was, full of energy, enthusiastic, with a contagious smile that brought sunshine to all who knew and met her. It causes me pain to know that forever lost are the proms, the parties, going to college, a career, never to marry, never to have children, never to share with me more memories of her life. Alyssa's absence for holiday celebrations only leaves a memory in the seat she always sat in. The sunshine of our family has dimmed, and my imagination is just thinking of Alyssa as a bright star on a clear night. Alyssa was my daughter's only daughter. Alyssa was special and unique. Her two brothers, Robbie and Kobe, have experienced the loss of their only sister, who they looked up to, especially as a role model in the sport of soccer. Alyssa followed in her mother's footsteps, playing soccer beginning at the age of 3 years old. She held the position as attacking midfielder, wearing the number 8 proudly. She was captain of her soccer team, taking additional responsibilities, shouting out plays to her teammates. In the soccer game the night before her death, she was seen on the field jumping over an opponent twice her size. She's as short as I am. And she headed the ball to move the ball towards the goal. My daughter shared with me afterwards that after that game, she told Alyssa she played the best game of her life. Alyssa's response was, "I know, Mom." I believe this was a memorable gift that she left for all who saw her play that Tuesday night, February 13, 2018. Alyssa had respect for her coaches, teammates, and always gave them constructive, positive feedback on and off the field. My beautiful, talented granddaughter had an extremely bright future for possibly law school. Her brothers were always grateful that Alyssa persuaded her parents to get extra TV channels. Outside of school, Alyssa did community service in local homeless shelters. At night, she would read New York Times best-selling books, and we would have to tell her to shut the lights off and go to bed. As a matter of fact, currently a book she wrote when she was in 3rd grade about her love for horses, I'm in the process of trying to publish that for her. Saturday before her death, she participated in a good friend's concierge's 15th birthday celebration. I watched a video of her dancing in formal attire, and I told her the next day how eloquent and beautiful she looked. I will always remember her smelling like Victoria's Secret Pink Star Mist, which I know her mom sprays on herself all the time. Alyssa's death has impacted us all. Unfortunately, as a result of Alyssa's death, I myself have seen psychiatrists and weekly psychologists. I take prescribed medication for depression and anxiety. I have outbursts of tears at any time. Sleepless nights and anger, which has replaced the pure joy of living each day. Each night, I too go to bed and wrap myself with an extra blanket that I would once cover Alyssa with. I do this to have a sense of feeling closeness to her in a fictitious way. Words alone cannot express the pain and anguish our family and friends have endured since the murders. I cannot even drive down the streets in Parkland without it bringing me back memories of Alyssa driving her to various places I used to go. The Marriott Hotel, where we were told she was definitely one of the victims, the high school where she was murdered, are just a few examples that cause me pain every day when I drive down the streets in Parkland. The effect on others is unimaginable, both in the family and with close friends. In the fall of 2018, her older brother went to a private school due to a feeling of being uncomfortable being at MSD, where his sister was murdered. This became an unexpected financial cost. The laughters, the hugs, the sense of security, and the opportunity to say, "I love you," are forever gone. The celebration of love on the national holiday of Valentine's Day has only brought me back sorrow and memories of that tragic day on February 14, 2018, as well as when we gather at the Star of David Cemetery with prayers that Alyssa is resting in heaven.
Thank you, Mrs. Rabinovitz. The state would next call Annika and Mitch Dworet, please.
Would you both please raise your right hand? Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Yes. Thank you. You can go ahead and be seated. And then prior to speaking, if you would just please state your full name and spell your last name for the record.
My name is Annika Dworet, D-W-O-R-E-T.
My name is Mitchell Dworet, D-W-O-R-E-T.
Good morning, Mr. and Mrs. Dworet. Are you the mother and father of Nikolas Dworet?
Yes.
Yes.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 55 that's been entered into evidence. Can you identify this photograph?
Yes, it's my beautiful son, Nikolas.
That's our baby.
Can you show it to the jury, please? Thank you. Mrs. and Mr. Dora, did you prepare a statement for your family?
Yes.
Yes.
And Mrs. Dora, would you like to present it to us today?
Yes.
Okay. Would you please read it to the court?
Sure. Our son Nick was an amazing person. He was funny, kind, and very loving. He was a competitive swimmer, the captain of the Marjorie Stoneman Douglas swim team. He was also an excellent student, and he had just received a student athletic scholarship to the University of Indianapolis. It was always a joy to see the loving and caring relationship Nick had with his brother Alex. He would always watch over him, and they had so much fun together. Nick had plans to study finance in college. Always talked about one day moving to Boston with his girlfriend Daria. Nick and Daria had a truly beautiful relationship. They were always so loving, and he would do anything for her. Nick was a food lover, and he would eat just about anything. Although he had some favorites, like sushi, pizza, and Oreo cookies. We even found a hidden stash of empty Oreo boxes in his closet. Music was a huge part of his life. He listened to all kinds of music, and he would often be the DJ on road trips with the swim team. Nick was a leader, and he always encouraged other people to do their best. He was very inclusive of everyone. Nick's last evening with us, he spent time speaking to the younger kids on the swim team, giving them some pointers on how to improve. Nick had big goals, bigger than most of us dare to dream of. This was a note that Nick had written and taped on the wall next to his bed. I want to become a Swedish Olympian and go to Tokyo 2020 to compete for my country. I will give all I have in my body and my mind to achieve the goals I have set. I will train as hard as I can in and out of the water. Even on my hardest days, I swear to give it my all, and I will let nothing stand in my way. Train harder. Now we will never know if he would have reached his goal to go to the Olympics. Our hearts will forever be broken. We will always live with excruciating pain. We have an empty bedroom in our house. There's an empty chair at our dining table. Alex will never have a brother to talk or hang out with. They will never again go for a drive, blasting very loud music. We did not get to see Nick graduate from high school or college. We will not get to see him getting married. We will always hesitate before answering the question, how many kids do you have? There are no words to express how much we all miss Nick. The world is missing out not having Nick in it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Dora.
Members of the jury, we're going to take a recess for lunch. I'm going to ask that you please be back at 10 minutes before 2 so that we can have a goal of starting back up at 2 o'clock. Please remember I'm sure you're tired of hearing me say this, but I say it every time. Please do not discuss the case among yourselves. Do not begin deliberating. Do not let anyone approach you and talk to you about the case. Please leave your notepads behind, and I'll see you back at 10 minutes to 2. Okay, the jurors have been excused. We're going to be in recess. If everyone could please try to be back a few minutes before 2 so that we can start at 2 o'clock, I would appreciate it. Other than that, we're in recess. are you ready to call your next witness or witnesses?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, let's go ahead and bring in jury, please. I think we still have to line them up before everybody stands up, right? We still have to line them up.
They're here. Almost.
They're here?
Almost.
Okay, the jurors are getting ready to come in.
We have two more.
Okay.
All jurors are present and accounted for.
Right, everyone may be seated. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, this afternoon you're going to continue to hear evidence about the impact of the murders on the family, friends, and community of the decedents. Please remember this evidence is presented to show a victim's uniqueness as an individual and the resultant loss by the decedent's death. However, you may not consider this evidence as an aggravating factor. State whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. The state would call Gina Hoyer.
Just stand to be sworn.
Good afternoon. Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. You can go ahead and be seated. Ma'am, would you please state your full name and spell your last name for the record?
Yes, my name is Gina Hoyer, Hoyer.
Good afternoon, Ms. Hoyer.
Good afternoon.
Are you the mother of Luke Hoyer?
Yes, I am.
May I approach, Your Honor?
You may.
Ms. Hoyer, I'm going to show you what's been marked into evidence as State's Exhibit 16. Can you identify this, please?
Yes, that's my sweet son Luke.
Would you show the picture to the jury, please?
Yes.
Thank you. Ms. Hoyer, did you prepare a statement today?
Yes, I did.
Would you please read it to the jury?
Yes. My name is Gina Hoyer. Luke Hoyer is my son. I'm here today because of what happened to our family on February 14th, 2018. My sweet son Luke was murdered. He was only 15 years old. Luke was my youngest of three and my big surprise baby. In our family, he was better known as Lukey Bear. Even though I know it was embarrassing to him as he got older, he never minded me calling him that. Luke and I were together all the time. Due to age differences, his older sister Abby and younger brother Jake no longer lived at home. So my days were just always with him. I was so lucky. God blessed me with my surprise baby. He was so sweet and funny, and he loved to laugh. He and I always loved to scare each other, and we would laugh so hard when one of us got the other. His smile was contagious. He made everyone laugh, and his presence could change a room. I miss his physical presence so much. I miss hearing his voice say, "Mom," or "Hi, Mom." I miss him beside me in my car. I was always taking him somewhere. Basketball games, friends' houses, school, McDonald's, or his favorite, Chick-fil-A. I still look over at the passenger seat and reach over and pretend I'm touching his cheek or putting my hand on his shoulder. Luke was always so thoughtful with me. He knew how much I loved ice cream. If there was only enough left for one person, he would always ask me if I wanted it first. Every morning, as he ate his breakfast before school, he loved to watch ESPN to check on the Miami Heat or his favorite football teams. But before watching, he would ask me if he could change the channel. When Luke was 5 years old, I would tuck him into his bed every night and give him a night kiss. But he would always wipe it off and tell me to come back and give him another kiss. I would go back to his room about 5 times every night to put that kiss right back on his cheek. As he got older, he would find me every night wherever I was in the house to tell me goodnight. Since Luke's death, sweet time rituals with him are only a memory. Now, I pray each night and ask God to tell him how much I miss and love him, and to give him a big hug and a kiss from me. My world is different now. Every morning when I wake up, knowing Luke is not upstairs in his bed is pure agony. The morning of February 14th, I woke Luke up as usual to get him ready for school. He yelled from upstairs. Mom, thank you for my Valentine card and candy, which I had left on his bathroom counter the night before. That card and bag of Skittles sat on his bathroom counter for over a year. I could not move it, nor can I move anything in his room, which remains the same as it was the day he left it. His glasses and phone charger are still on his nightstand. His clothes are still in the same place. Notes from his basketball coach are still taped to the wall, which not only give him exercises to do every day, which he hated, but also told him not to be afraid or silly, to talk to God and to pray for things that he was thankful for. Pray for others and pray to be a good person and make good decisions. It makes me almost physically ill to change or move anything in his room. I drove Luke to school and dropped him off. That was the last time I saw him. It causes me pain to know that would be the last time I would tell him I love him, and the last time to hear his voice telling me he loved me. I'm so thankful for that moment. Losing my son, Luke, has caused me so much pain. Pain that I cannot even come close to describing. My pain continues. I will never see my sweet boy grow up. I had to walk across the stage to receive Luke's high school diploma, along with his sister Abby. There were no graduation pictures with Luke, no college acceptance letters, no prom pictures, no car trips to South Carolina for Christmas. Christmases are almost unbearable. I look at the pictures of our last family Christmas and still can't believe that was our last one with him. That year, a cross was at the top of his Christmas list. He wore it every day. I had to request it to be removed from his belongings so I could wear it to his funeral. I wear his cross every day, and it gives me such strength. Luke was so special. He is in my thoughts all day, every day. Luke was also unique. When I see a boy with Luke's hairdo, hear a basketball bounce, meet someone with his same name, see the resemblance of him in his dad and his brother and sister, or hear a funny story from one of his friends that makes me laugh, I know it's a wink from Luke in heaven. I know he's with me always. I can't explain it, but I truly feel him by my side. I know he's saying, I'm okay, Mom. I used to say to my husband as we watched Luke play, or while he was making us laugh, Tom, what would we do without him? Never, when I spoke those words, did I ever imagine I would know the answer to that question. It is excruciating agony. I'm heartbroken, and a piece of my heart is missing. My life and my family will never be the same. I only have 15 years with my precious Luke there, but I will treasure those moments and memories of him for the rest of my life. I was so lucky to be his mom.
Thank you, Mrs. Hoyer.
Thank you.
State calls Abby Hoyer.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. You can go ahead and be seated. Would you please state your full name for the record?
Yes, it's Abby Hoyer, Hoyer.
Good afternoon, Ms. Hoyer.
Good afternoon.
Are you the sister of Luke Hoyer?
I am.
And did you prepare a statement for the court today?
I have.
Will you please read it for us?
My name is Abby Hoyer. Luke Hoyer is my younger brother. Sorry. I say is my younger brother, but in reality, after February 14th, 2018, the correct phrasing would be, he was my younger brother. I continue to say is, and always will, as a way to comfort myself. When people ask how many siblings I have, I still say 2 brothers, but I know our little trio has been shattered and ripped apart. I know this, but it's still really hard to accept. I don't think I ever will. My life has been firmly split into 2 categories, life with Luke and now life without him. I remember when my mom first told me I'd be getting another brother. I was so upset. I had been holding out for a sister. But right after Luke was born, I knew I couldn't imagine life without him. In fact, the thought never even crossed my mind what it would be like to not have 2 brothers. Why would it? I was a kid and life was simple. Having 2 brothers always felt like a constant, a given. Even as I got older, having Jake and Luke by my side was just normal. Now, in this part of life without Luke, I have to cope with a new normal. But my life without Luke does not feel normal. Not having Luke around is not normal. Coming home to a shrine of my dead brother is not normal. Walking to my mother's closet to borrow a pair of socks and seeing Luke's ashes displayed on her shelf is not normal. Setting out an empty chair for Luke at the dinner table is not normal. Watching my brother Jake go through life without his only brother is not normal. Telling new people in my life, I wish you could have met Luke, is not normal. Lighting candles for Luke on holidays is not normal. Trying to celebrate Luke's birthday without him there is not normal. Sitting in Luke's room, knowing he will never walk in, is not normal. Watching my parents break down just from the mention of Luke's name is not normal. Writing a eulogy for my younger brother is not normal. Telling myself I'll hopefully get to see him again one day is not normal. Being in this courtroom, trying to explain what my life without Luke is like, is not only not normal, but it is nearly impossible. None of this is normal. Doesn't matter if it's new or old, normal will never be a word used to describe what my family, no longer a family of 5, but now a family of 4, has and continues to go through. In the weeks following Luke's murder, many people said things along the lines of, try to find peace through the memories of Luke. I know the intention behind those words was comfort, but oftentimes these memories are painful. Happy times Luke and I shared at various places around Parkland are now shrouded by the painful realization that we will never return to those places together ever again. My life is now a series of these realizations. I hope they stop soon, and at the same time, I hope they never end. There is an end, though. Memories made with Luke have a clear end date, February 14th, 2018. I crave these memories, trying to etch each one into my brain, committing every detail to memory as best I can, while all at the same time, they haunt me. They keep me up at night. They stop me dead in my tracks at random times during the day, bringing me to tears. On the days I don't think about my brother, I feel guilty. On the days I do think about him, I feel broken. There is no peace. What causes me the most pain is not having Luke in the future, my future. I couldn't tell you what Luke would have become. I could speculate, of course, but what's the point? I'll never actually know. That's the hardest part of all this, really, the unknowns. Would he still kick my butt on the basketball court? Would he be in college? Would he have attended the same college I did? Would I be showing him all of my favorite hangout spots? Would he be asking me for advice about applying to college or applying for jobs? Or asking me advice about girls? Would we still be going to our favorite ice cream place down the street? I don't know. I'll never know, and that will haunt me forever. But what I do know is that I miss Luke, and that will never change.
Thank you, Ms. Hoyer.
Thank you.
Tom Hoyer.
Good afternoon, sir. Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? I do. Thank you. You can go ahead and be seated.
Good day.
I'm sorry, would you, I forgot to ask you to please state your full name for the record.
I'm Thomas Hoyer, Hoyer.
Good afternoon, Mr. Hoyer.
Good afternoon.
Are you the father of Luke Hoyer?
I am.
And did you prepare a statement for us today?
I did.
Will you please read it?
My son is Luke Hoyer, and he was killed on February 14, 2018. The last conversation I had with Luke was on the morning he died. I was going to work, and he was upstairs getting ready for school. I yelled up, "Have a good day," and he said something like, "Okay, you too." That was it. I was out the door to work. I didn't even see him that morning. It was the kind of casual exchange you have when you think you have forever together. And then we didn't. I'm supposed to describe to you what that loss means to me. I don't know really how to do that. All you see now is a broken family. You have nothing to compare us to. I suppose I need to tell you what we had so you know what we lost. So let me tell you what we were on the morning of February 14th, 2018. We were a family unit of 5, always trying to fit into a world set up for even numbers. 2 4 or 6 seat tables in a restaurant, 2 or 4 6 ticket packages, 2 events, things like that. But we loved our odd number family. Our family was older. 1 kid was out of college, 1 was halfway through college, and Luke was a freshman in high school. Luke was our surprise baby, a wonderful, glorious surprise. Despite the age differences, we liked to hang out as a family. We had a family cocoon, Virginia and I. When we were all together, everything was right in the world. Luke Luke was a brother, he was a son, he was a cousin, he was a grandchild, he was a friend. He was part of a broader family that included 2 sets of grandparents, 9 aunts and uncles, and 7 cousins. He was part of the community. One of the stories that we heard after he passed was that he would sometimes play basketball with an autistic boy at the park. I suspect that he did it because he simply liked to play basketball with other kids who liked to play basketball no matter who they were. He never told us about it. One of his friends told us after he died. I never got to talk to Luke about it. I wish I'd had the chance. It made me proud of him. Luke is not a faceless target. He had a place in this world. His life had meaning, not only to me and my family, but to many others around us. Where he was in people's lives is now just a hole. The numbness I felt after his death has worn off, and I'm resigned to this reality. I don't know that I ever will find real peace. Never again will the world feel right now that we're a family of 4. I'll never get to see him play basketball or football again. Never get to watch a Clemson football game with him again. Never get to argue with him about mowing the grass again. I'll never hang in a sports bar with him again, eating chicken wings and drinking Cokes while talking about whatever sport was on TV. I'll never see him with his friends again. The nevers just keep piling up, but one never is different. When Luke died, something went missing in me, and I'll never get over that feeling.
Thank you, Mr. Hoyer.
Ladies and gentlemen, I know this is kind of soon, but I think it would be a good time for maybe a 10-minute break. Please do not discuss the testimony. Please leave your notepads behind, and we'll be back with you in about 10 minutes. We're in recess for about 10 minutes. If both sides are ready, state, defense?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, the jurors are present. Everyone else may be seated. State whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Tavika Collins.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. If you put your hand down and be seated, and when you're seated, please state your full name for the record.
Tavika Collins, Collins.
Good afternoon, Ms. Collins.
Good afternoon.
Will you be reading a statement prepared by the family of Carmen Shentrup?
Yes.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Sure.
Ms. Collins, will you please show the jury what has already been marked into evidence as case number 64? And for the record, Your Honor, that is a photograph of Carmen Shentrup.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Collins.
Ms. Collins, would you please read the statement that was prepared by the family of Carmen Shentrup?
Yes. Our beloved daughter, Carmen Marie Shentrup, was 16 years old when she was taken from us. Carmen was our middle child and the kind of daughter that parents wish for. The one that says she will take care of you when you are old. The one that is responsible and wants to help with chores. The one you don't will have to worry about when it comes to completing schoolwork, taking care of the dog, or hanging out with friends. Carmen was extraordinary. While many people considered Carmen mature beyond her years, she was still a kid at heart. She was silly, playful, and huggable. As parents, we loved that she never outgrew our hugs and would hug us before she went to bed. We miss her hugs. Carmen was funny and witty in novel ways. When she got on a roll, we laughed until tears rolled down our cheeks. We miss hearing her make us laugh. Carmen was strong, When she was 12, she had major surgery that resulted in 4 metal rods sticking out of her leg for months. She never once complained about it and never attempted to hide the scars. Not one to pass up a good joke, though, she would often come up with funny stories about her scars, like when she said she got them running with the bulls. We miss her strength and courage. Carmen loved a good story and devoured books, routinely reading over 100 per year. Like most teenagers, she enjoyed TV and movies, especially sci-fi, fantasy, and comedies. We miss her stories. Carmen was artistic and loved music. She enjoyed drawing and visiting art museums. She played piano, violin, guitar, and sang in our church choir. We miss her filling our home with music. Carmen was a dreamer. She dreamed of one day living in Germany. The summer before her senior year, she planned on our family vacation to Germany. She taught herself German in the months prior so that she could play the role of translator and guide. We miss seeing her make her dreams come true. Carmen was a dedicated and accomplished student. Throughout school, she was literally a straight A student and a national merit finalist. Carmen never knew this. Her award letter arrived the day after her death. She was accepted into the University of Florida honors program and was exuberant to begin her college experience. She wanted to become a medical scientist and discover a cure for horrible diseases like ALS. She was going to change the world. Carmen was a bright, beautiful young woman bursting into the world. We love and miss her dearly. She was a gift from God and an amazing daughter, sister, and friend. While she was alive, she filled our hearts with loving memories and happiness. Without Carmen, our lives are filled with anger, sorrow, and tears. It is difficult to get through each day knowing that Carmen is no longer here with us. Our daily lives are constantly strenuous. Sleep is a struggle, tossing and turning most nights. Some mornings it is hard to get up, hearing how quiet the house is, seeing her empty chair at the table, and knowing that we can't call or talk to her about our day. Listening to music is painful. Hearing songs that remind us of her can stop us in our tracks. Sometimes it can overwhelm us that we need to pull over when driving. Looking through photo albums brings us tears. Seeing her beautiful photos and knowing that no more photos will be taken of her. What used to be simple things are no longer simple. Our holidays are also days of despair. No longer lighting candles for her birthdays, hanging her empty Christmas stocking, dreading Valentine's Day because it is not a day of love, but of love taken. Knowing that we will no longer have new memories together brings us unspeakable sorrow. We carry with us an excruciating pain that no parent should know and understand. To not see her grow up with her siblings, go to prom, graduate high school, or walk her down the aisle. To miss her smile each day, to try to live on without her. Our days of being a happy family ended when Carmen was killed. Carmen will be forever missed.
Thank you, Ms. Collins.
Thank you.
Thank you. Jennifer Guttenberg and Fred Guttenberg.
I'm sorry.
Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you. You can both be seated.
Good afternoon, Mr. and Mrs. Guttenberg.
Good afternoon.
Mr. Guttenberg,
Yes,
are you the father of Jamie Guttenberg?
I am.
Mrs. Guttenberg, are you the mother of Jamie Guttenberg?
Yes, I am.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as States Exhibit 77 and ask you to identify this photograph.
That's Jamie Guttenberg.
Would you show the jury this photograph, please?
Thank you.
Mr. Guttenberg,
Yes,
did you prepare a statement for us today?
I did.
Would you please share it with us?
Thank you. On February 15th, 2018, at exactly 7:18 a.m., and after a night with no sleep, I went to Facebook and I wrote the following message. My heart is broken. Jennifer Guttenberg and I lost our baby girl at her school. We lost our daughter, and my son Jesse lost his sister. I am broken as I write this and trying to figure out how my family gets through this. We appreciate all the calls and messages, and we apologize for not reacting to everyone individually. Jen and I will be figuring things out today, and so we ask that you respect our privacy. We will be getting messages out later regarding visitation. Hugs to all and hold your children tight. Exactly 24 hours before this message, we sent Jesse and Jamie to school. It was a perfectly normal morning with kids running late, and we were rushing them out the door. I was especially eager to get them out as it was Valentine's Day. For those who don't know, Valentine's Day is my wife's favorite day of the year. It used to always be a day of extra love and celebration in our house. It isn't any longer. On this Valentine's Day, I had a plan to end of the day. And so I was especially eager to get them out the door so that I could get to work on that. I was so eager to get them out the door that my last words to my kids that day were, "You gotta go, you're gonna be late." My last words were not, "I love you." I cannot recall if I actually ever did tell Jamie that day how much I loved her. I never knew that I would lose the chance to say it over and over and over again. My final words to my daughter that day that will live for eternity were not, "I love you." They were, "You gotta go, you're gonna be late." My son Jesse always looked after his sister like a hawk. He always needed to know that she was okay. He put her well-being above his own. Jesse will be forever affected by the fact that he was supposed to leave school that day with his sister Jamie, but he didn't. He didn't want to leave the school, but he had to. I want to share something with you all that I've never said publicly before. My son wishes it was him. He struggles with the reality that he could not save his sister, and he wishes it was him. He has struggles with me. I was the one who convinced him to run. I was the one who told him not to turn around and not to go into the building. My son used to be my mini-me. We used to do everything together. This changed that. Our relationship is very different now. He's angry at what happened. He's angry at me for convincing him to run. And I'm angry at his loss of his childhood. Our relationship, which used to be based upon happy times and things in common, now has anger, loss, and sadness as an underlying theme. We love each other, and we always will, and we will always take care of one another, but we can't erase what happened. Our family is broken. The easy joy that used to be a part of our house is gone. Jamie used to be the leader of the energy in our home. She was incredibly silly, and she loved to talk. You were either laughing with her or yelling at her, but when around Jamie, you were always responding to her. She was the energy in our home and everywhere she went. Our home is much quieter now, and our moments as a family are always affected by that loss of energy. In June of 2018, we attempted to leave for our first family vacation since the shooting. We loved our family road trips. In prior summers, we used to always go to Hilton Head. It was Jamie's favorite place on earth. Jen made it clear that we would never go back there. So we chose to go to the Georgia mountains. About 5 minutes into our drive, Jesse became very emotional and wanted to go back. He was saying that we were no longer a family without Jamie, and that he did not want to go on a road trip without her in the other seat. Jen became emotional, and she also asked to go back. I was the driver, and I refused. We needed to get through the first time. Jen and Jesse were angry with me, but we went. It was a lousy week with one exception. For the very first time, we brought our dogs on a vacation. They were what we needed to get through that week. I've been told before that we all grieve differently, and it's true. While my path has been very public, my wife Jen and my son Jesse have been very private. My need to pursue change because of what happened to my children has made my life harder for my wife and for my son, and for that I am sorry. I'm a father who simply cannot stop acting like a father of 2 kids. What happened to my family now shapes every second of my life. I cannot hold a normal job. As I said before, this broke me. It changed the person who I am. My strength, my purpose in life now comes from reacting to what happened to my daughter and my family on February 14th, 2018. I've often said that I simply cannot look at Jamie's life in the past tense. I look at what happened on February 14th, 2018 as changing our relationship. My relationship with Jamie before was one of love, laughs, and happiness. It was about making new memories. It was about dreams. It was about hopes. Now, our relationship is based upon imagination around the question, what if? Jamie will be forever 14, but it was not supposed to be that way. I couldn't wait to teach her to drive. I couldn't wait to throw her a sweet 16 party. I couldn't wait to see her have her first boyfriend. And yes, I had my dad's speech all worked out for whoever that boy was going to be. I couldn't wait to see her graduate. I couldn't wait to see her achieve her dream of getting into the University of Florida and rooming with her cousin and living her best life. I couldn't wait to see her graduate and ultimately become a pediatric physical therapist, working her dream job at the Paley Institute and achieving her dream of helping a child walk for the very first time. Most of all, Jamie imagined she would be married by 25. I used to think every day about that moment and walking my daughter down the aisle and becoming a grandparent to the 2 kids that she had already decided she was going to have. And now I ask, what if? What if Jamie wasn't murdered? What would these moments have ended up being like? My relationship with Jamie is now through photos and memories of what was and imagining what could have been. I'm happy and smile for all the other kids her age who are living the same life experiences that I expected for Jamie, but I cry over this at the same time. The truth is, not a day goes by where the constant image of Jamie walking down the aisle is not still a part of my daily imagination, along with that image of what should have been her future, of our future together. I now struggle every day with the reality that I didn't get to tell Jamie one last time that I love her. This reality is why I'm here today, this immeasurable grief and suffering. I am left to wonder, what if?
Thank you, Mr. Guttenberg. Mrs. Guttenberg, have you prepared a statement for the court today?
Yes, I did.
Are you able to read it, please?
Speaking about my daughter in the past tense is such a painful thing to do. And to sit here in front of this court and do just that is so difficult that there are no words to describe it. To the rest of the world, Jamie is known as the graceful and beautiful 14-year-old dancer with leaps a mile high. I wish that everyone knew that she was so much more. Aside from being a beautiful and competitive dancer, Jamie was an incredible human being. She was full of life, the life of the party, many would say, and she also had a quiet, insightful side too. She loved her family and friends intensely. She supported the humane treatment of dogs and spent her time at the Humane Society of Broward County. She was tiny but fierce and stood up against bullies and the underdog and was an advocate for those with special needs and disabilities. After a long week of school, Jamie volunteered on Friday afternoons to be a buddy in a dance class for students with special needs, and also on Saturdays for a fitness class for teens and young adults with special needs. She was a competitive dancer and spent many afternoons, evenings, and weekends dancing. She loved her busy schedule, but also truly cherished her downtime by snuggling with her dogs on the couch, curled up in front of her favorite TV shows, or hanging out with her family and friends. Jamie completed our family of 4: mom, dad, son, and daughter. She made us parents of 2 and made my son Jesse a big brother. From the moment Jesse laid eyes on her, he became nurturing and protective. Jamie grew into her own person very quickly and became such a vibrant part of our family. She was always determined, strong-minded, and passionate. She was smart and focused, an incredible student, and beautiful both inside and out. She was wise beyond her years and had a life plan. She wanted to attend the University of Florida to study and become a physical therapist for children with special needs, most specifically kids with limb differences. She wanted to help a child walk for the first time. She even knew where she wanted to work. She dreamed of getting married and having children of her own and spoke of that even at her young age. She knew how to live in the moment, but also plan for the future. February 14th, 2018 began as a typical day. Jamie happily left to go to school. Her brother Jesse drove her there, as he always did. She texted me at lunchtime because she was concerned about a friend, so she was asking for my advice, typical of Jamie worrying about others. This was the last time I ever communicated with my beautiful, precious 14-year-old daughter. No actual words, just some texts about a friend in need. She never got to say goodbye. I never got to say goodbye. Her dad never got to say goodbye. Her brother never got to say goodbye. Nobody got to say goodbye. Our son Jesse was 17, a junior at Marjorie Stoneman Douglas High School when Jamie's life was taken. At the end of every school day, he would meet Jamie, just a freshman near her last class, and they would walk together to his car so he could drive her home. This particular day, it would have been at the 1200 building, but he didn't get the chance. After the tragedy, Jesse eventually made the painful decision to go back to the school where it all happened. Every day during his senior year, he parked his car and walked past the 1200 building. His first period class that year was right across from the building. He struggles immensely with survivor's guilt, why he made it out that day and Jamie didn't. He beats himself up inside for not being able to save her, even though it wasn't possible. He fears losing his family, and he is not the same upbeat and happy person and feels he'll never be the same. Jesse and Jamie bickered like siblings, but were also best friends. She took care of him as much as he took care of her. He lost his number one. It's impossible to describe life without Jamie in this short amount of time that I've been given here, but I will try my best. Every day I live with the fact that Jamie's life was cut too short and that she was unable to show the world her fullest potential. She missed out on a lifetime of things: high school experiences, dance classes with her friends, high school graduation, moving away to college and college graduation, her first job, getting married, and having kids of her own. The list goes on and on. The pain of this is unbearable. My life feels so empty, lonely, and incomplete. There are days that the sadness is so overwhelming and the crying comes from deep within the gut and causes physical pain. I can't sleep well. My career has suffered,
as working with other people's children, especially at their school, is now so emotionally taxing. My outlook on life has completely changed in such a negative way. It takes strength just to get through each day. One day at a time, we say, even this many years later. I lost my daughter, my flesh and blood, the baby that grew inside of me, and then in an instant, she was gone. I lost my purpose in life that day. My job as a mom to Jamie was taken from me. I went from taking her to dance, going on lunch dates, shopping together, making sure she was fed, healthy, safe, and so much more, to doing nothing. All of our relationships in the house changed that very day, and we still work hard to repair the damage that this has caused. We will continue moving forward together in a life that is so drastically different, and one filled with sadness and trauma. Every day things are difficult. Seeing her friends and classmates achieve milestones that she will never have the chance to achieve is excruciatingly difficult. Family get-togethers and holidays will always include a missing seat at the table, and the life of the party is no longer there, keeping everyone upbeat and laughing. There is togetherness, but there's no celebrating. There's a deafening silence amongst everyone, as they don't want to bring up Jamie's name to cause pain, but don't want to forget her either. Her elderly grandparents are there to partake, carrying the guilt, knowing that in a typical life, they should be gone long before her. Jamie's cousins struggle with losing her every day. One of her cousins, the same age as Jamie, was one of her best friends and is now at college without her, after years of planning that they would be going together. Her younger cousin struggled with coming to our home and stopped doing things with us because it was too painful without her. Our relationships with everyone has changed, including family, friends, and even strangers. Nobody knows the right words to say. Nobody knows how to act around us. No matter how close or far away they are, they live with the pain too, as our pain is their pain. I struggle immensely with not allowing myself to partake in anything that Jamie liked. Her favorite snack I cannot let touch my lips because it isn't fair that I can eat it, but she no longer can. I can't watch Gator football games, my own alma mater, because Jamie should be at her dream school watching those games herself. If one of her favorite TV shows comes on, I change the channel. Why should I watch if she can't? The list goes on and on. I miss Jamie. I miss her sparkle. I miss her larger-than-life personality. I miss her dancing. I miss her snuggles. I miss her hugs. I miss her kisses. I miss our chats. I miss everything about her from her head to her toes. I miss her heart. I miss her soul. I miss my girl. Valentine's Day, a day of love, used to be my favorite holiday, and now it will always represent the absolute worst day of my life. Our lives have been changed forever and will never return to what most consider normal. We have created a foundation in Jamie's name to keep her memory alive. We use it to do good things in the world, supporting things that were important to Jamie in life, as well as to why her life was taken from her. I will always have to speak of my daughter now in the past tense, because she's no longer here with me on earth. As a parent, there can be no greater pain.
Thank you, Mr. and Mrs. Guttenberg. Thank you. Ms. Shara Kaplan.
solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. You can go ahead and be seated. Ma'am, if you would please state your full name for the record.
Shara Kaplan, Kaplan.
Good afternoon, Mrs. Kaplan.
Afternoon.
Are you the mother of Meadow Pollock?
Yes.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit number 70 and ask you to please identify this photograph.
I don't.
Is this your daughter?
Yes.
Would you please show the jury?
Thank you.
Ms. Kaplan, did you prepare a statement to give in court today?
Yes, I did.
Are you ready to give it now?
Yes, sure.
Thank you.
Meadow, my life, is what I call her. She is my life, the most incredible daughter any mother could ask for. She is smart, kind, empathetic, inclusive, strong, and exceptionally beautiful inside and out. She is an old soul with an understanding of the world far beyond her years. She is the baby sister of her beloved brothers, Huck and Hunter. She is always there to help them. She was always there to help them or to be a wise sounding board for them. Ultimately, though, she was their baby sister. Brothers have to bear the burden for the rest of their lives that the person they wanted to protect the most was taken from them on February 14th, 2018. Huck and Hunter strive to do everything in her honor. The relationship I have with my daughter is one of admiration, overwhelming love, and great respect. To try to articulate how it has affected me would be for me to rip my heart out and present it to you shattered in a million pieces. It has destroyed my life and my capability of ever living a productive existence. I am only able to carry on for the deep love I have for my boys, Huck and Hunter. I need to make sure they have some semblance of a productive, fulfilled life they deserve. It haunts and consumes my every thought, every second of every day. I suppress my reality to survive. As a mother asked how I'm impacted, it is an unspeakable punishment.
Thank you, Ms. Kaplan.
Thank you.
Thank you. Marilyn Binner.
Good afternoon. Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you, ma'am. You can go ahead and be seated.
Okay.
Would you please state your full name for the record?
It is Marilyn Binner, Binner.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Ms. Benner.
Good afternoon.
Are you a good friend of Melissa Feiss and her daughter Ariel with husband Aaron Feiss?
I am.
Okay. Are they in the courtroom here today?
They are.
And Mrs. Feiss has prepared a statement along with Ariel, and she's asked you to read it on their behalf?
Yes, she has.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 69 and ask you if you can identify this.
Yes, that's
And who
Aaron.
is this?
That is Aaron Feiss.
Would you please show it to the jury? Thank you, Ms. Bennett.
Mm-hmm.
Would you please read the statement that Ms. Feiss prepared?
Yes. Loss is defined as a state or feeling of grief when deprived of someone or something of value. Aaron's death is not only an immeasurable loss to our family and friends, but extends throughout the entire community. I was 16 years old when I met Aaron during a church service. Even at a young age, Aaron never wavered in his faith or his beliefs. His convictions were rooted in his foundation. Aaron knew he could make a difference in the lives of others. Over the next 2 decades, we grew together and shared our life as a couple and then as parents. Looking back, I realized that Aaron believed in me and saw my whole heart, even when I couldn't. He knew more about who I was and what I needed, often before I thought of it. Aaron had a knack for putting others at ease. His presence, jovial smile, and sense of humor made him a person others sought to be around. Aaron loved sports and was an example of hard work and determination. It wasn't always about the win or the standouts. It was about the kids, the team, and what he knew about each player individually. Aaron was the mortar that filled in anyone's missing parts in life. He was selfless in his actions. He loved people for who they were when he met them and what he believed they could grow to be. Although Aaron was a football coach, his mentoring and availability to listen to others spilled over the yards and beyond the goalpost of the football field. Over the past 4 years, I've heard from countless students and people who knew him. They shared what seemed to be little things, but for each one meant so much. Aaron was the oldest of the 4 children in the Feiss family. Our home became the gathering place because Aaron was the heart of the family. He loved to cook and feed others. You could smell his Italian pasta sauce on the stove even before you opened the door. There were many joyful holidays and celebrations because Aaron made sure that everyone felt welcome. Aaron was the doting father every little girl wishes and dreams about. I can see his light in Ariel and recognize his spirit woven into her fabric. He believed she could do anything and be anyone. Navigating as a widow with a young but not so young daughter can be overwhelming and challenging. There are the everyday moments that we miss sharing with Aaron. How was school? What was the best part of your day? What's for dinner? Can you help me with my homework? It causes me great emotional pain that there are so many milestones in our daughter's life that Aaron has missed in the last 4 years. I have to refrain from letting my heart think about what he will continue to miss out on in Ariel's life.
There are the special outings and moments that Aaron and Ariel shared together, like their daddy-daughter diner dates, that will never be again. Ariel will be 13 in June. She misses her father terribly. Sometimes she is searching for answers to questions. It is in these moments that she will ask, "What would Daddy say? What advice do you think he would give me?" It is these days I feel his absence more. Aaron isn't here to give us fatherly guidance and advice. It's heartbreaking and unimaginable at times, and yet it's my reality. Aaron's driving force was his faith. Our family continues to be anchored in the Word of God as it guides us daily. Aaron, without question, believed that he was called upon to be a figure to fill an absence in others. He was the missing puzzle piece in the lives of so many. It didn't matter if the edges were smooth, round, worn, or frayed. Aaron found a way to fill the gap. The impact of the immense loss of Aaron and the other 16 lives taken from their families remains unfathomable. Our world will never be the same without Aaron Lewis Weiss in it.
Thank you, Ms. Benner. Ms. Mahia.
Good afternoon. Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you, Miss. You can have a seat, and when you're seated, please state your full name and spell your last name for the record.
Jennifer with one N, Mejia, Mejia.
Good afternoon, Ms. Mahia.
Good afternoon.
Will you be reading a statement that was prepared on behalf of Martin Duque Agriano's family?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to be showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 62 and ask you to show the jury, please. For the record, it is a photograph of Martin Duque Agriano. Thank you. Would you please read what his family has wrote for the court?
Yes. Martin Duque Jr. was born in a very small town in Mexico where everyone knew each other. His dream was to be a Navy SEAL for the United States of America. He was a smart kid and always helped others even before himself. He was very kind, intelligent, and helpful with people. His favorite movie was Star Wars. He was basically an old soul. His family loved them in every situation, and he would always tell his parents that when he grew up, he would buy them a house. He was a man of faith who believed in God and always tried to see the best in people. We miss him very much, and it's been so hard to live without him, but I know he would want me to push and keep going, and we all miss him so much every day.
Thank you very much. A break, but I think we need to have a sidebar.
Okay, with that. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take a 10-minute break. Please do not discuss anything that is going on in here, including the case or the testimony, and please leave your notepads behind. Okay, the jurors have been excused. Do you,
It's a scheduling issue, so I think we have to go sidebar.
okay, no problem.
jurors are present. Everyone else may be seated. Ladies and gentlemen, that is going to conclude the witness presentation for today, and we are going to recess until tomorrow. The reason that I excused you is because I needed to discuss with the lawyers the specific schedule. And we've determined it's going to be as follows. Tomorrow, you will not need to be present until 12:30 p.m. So it's going to be a rather short day tomorrow. You need to be here at 12:30 p.m. and we anticipate the witness presentation will be approximately an hour or two at the most. So it's going to be a short day tomorrow. In the meantime, remember 12:30 tomorrow. During the recess, you may not discuss the case with anyone, nor permit anyone to say anything to you or in your presence about the case. Remember that if anyone attempts to speak to you about the case, tell the person to stop and report the matter immediately. Please leave your notebooks on your seats. I hope everyone has a safe drive home, and I will see you tomorrow at 12:30 p.m. Thank you for your time and attention. The jurors have been excused. We are in recess until tomorrow at 12:30.